Hello, peeps. Jordan is Great 505 here. We're playing a childhood classic. Holy shit. Save that as... Yeah. Now, I've seen this before, but may as well watch it with you guys since it is supposed to be the start of the playthrough. I played like 2 hours of it yesterday, but sharks. But, you know, it was on Citra and it wasn't working out. Hi, Nightmaster. Yes. Oh, this is so good. Oh, Brachidios. Oh, well, it's time. Oh, Dire Morales. I originally played Try, but I never got to play Free Ultimate, and it's only till this age that we've been able to get emulation good enough for this. Could I actually Oh shit, what did I... Oh, there we go. I guess I can't do that. Can I please go back? Please? Oh shit. Oh my god, dude. I forgot where I put this. There, I messed it up. I'm so sorry, Nightmaster. Freaking trying to stream this. Let's try. Please don't. I don't want to watch the intro. Okay. Woman. Yeah, let's do this. honestly am fine with this. Oh, why not? Alright, let's go. Time to watch cutscenes I've already watched. Rodents. Oh no, an earthquake. Wow. Alright, it's our time to shine. Morning. Do you guys want me to read this out loud? Just tell me in the chat. Because if not, I'll just read it in my head. I'll just read it out loud. But let's back up. Welcome, welcome. I'm the chief of this here little community. Nature provides Moga Village with everything we need. The woods and the sea are our castle, and it's a good one. As folks like to say, living here enough longs builds snoo and character. And it's not all rainbows and sunshines. No, we got our own share in turbulence. And you can take that literally. Is the stream okay? I just noticed a message disappeared. I'm worried that I showed something bad on Discord and the stream got taken down. I mean, it looks to be fine on my phone. You ever heard of the Lagiacrus? It's a foul, pernicious sea monster that just decided to move in our neighborhood. With a tyrant like that thrashing about, our fleet would be lucky to escape alive. Excuse me. Let's let along bring back the good haul. At least we won't. I feel like someone's calling me. Lower my volume a bit. Okay. You felt those tremors. Who knows what's causing them, why they started, but the seas riled up, that I guarantee. And we're over our heads. Okay, we'll just get on with it, because I've already... Future Alpha, man. Well, I already read this. Fuck. Let me select the other one, please. Yes, this hottie. Okay. Yes. Weapons, longsword. Let's go. Okay, the controls are all pretty much the same. Now I have to say, I originally played this back on the Wii. My dad had it on it. It was Monster Hunter Tri on the Wii. But this is free Ultimate. It was released in 2012, I believe. So yeah. Now, a detail I just noticed yesterday, I never noticed while playing this game, there's actually Amptonoffs up there. If you look, you can see. And I never noticed this detail, but it's impressive the detail they put in this game back in this whole era.
Hello.
Ah, shit. My volume is too loud. Hello.
Sorry about that. Hi, how are things?
I'm fine. I'm playing Monster Hunter.
Is the Monster Hunter Tri?
It's... Well, I played that on Dolphin, but I'm playing free Ultimate on the Cemu emulator.
Oh, that's a good one. I have fond memories of Monster Hunter Ultimate.
Yeah.
That series has always kind of been... I want to say this right here. It's always been something I've kind of like enjoyed and looked at as like, oh yeah, it's that weird monster game. A friend of mine specifically, or not a friend, sorry, a friend of the family introduced me to, and he introduced me to it via, I think it's either Tri's or the second game's ecology cutscenes. You know, the ones that would play to show off the creature and like what they could do and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And he showed me some of these. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this is about. You know, like I was fascinated, but I was also just kind of confusion, right? And then he shows me the gorilla hippo, and I'm like, I need to play this game now.
Gorilla Hippo. Which one is that again?
So it's this well, I say gorilla hippo, it's more like a monkey hippo. Let me see if I can remember its name. They always give them odd names, and I always have a difficult time remembering what's called their names. It was... Hold on. Oh, that's it, Kongam.
Oh, the farting one.
Yeah. I thought, oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, apparently some people don't like that one. I haven't gotten to fight that one yet.
It's because the bosses or the monster is very like heavy on poison attacks. and so it's very difficult to kind of beat it because every time you get close or try to attack it or anything, it spews poison, and then you're kind of like in this state of like, ah, shit, my health is decreasing in like an unfair way, basically.
Yeah, it's honestly, I never really could get into Freedom Unite because of how freaking hard it is compared to Free or World.
Yeah, and it's mostly because well, in terms of Monster Hunters, like you could play the game and kind of get a general sense of like how the game's played, how you kind of fight, and how you can handle the monsters that kind of come your way. In Freedom Unite specifically, if I remember correctly, this is the not Pokemon game, right?
It's the second game, but it's the ultimate version of the second game.
Right, right. I keep mixing this up. Yeah, and I think that's because it's that game is a bit more archaic when it comes to its like combat styles and things like that.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people kind of give it the time of day. So yeah, that's kind of it. I know that Tri or Ultimate introduced a lot of crazy things to the game series, specifically the what's it called Leviathan subclass.
Yeah, that's the first game with underwater combat.
Yep, it was kind of well, given that you're kind of like more closer to the ocean, things like that, it kind of made sense that you would have to fight bigger, more dangerous monsters like that. And a lot of people want the return of like, you know, the Leviathans because they're some of the coolest fucking monsters ever designed, and you know, enemies that you could really properly fight. But there hasn't been a Monster Hunter game with swimming since, you know, 3. So there's no reason to kind of bring them back.
You know the sad thing about that? Legiagris was supposed to appear in World, and it was in the early dev builds, but they couldn't get a skeleton to work, so he was cut.
Mm-hmm. Which makes sense, really.
And
yeah, and
he had a
again,
4 with Anjanath in it too.
Makes sense. Given the primitive nature of both monsters, it makes sense that they would have been like at each other's throats in the ancient canopy. Still, 3 did a lot of interesting things. Again, introducing the Leviathans, giving us an interesting plot, and even allowing us to kind of fight bigger, more insane monsters that we never encountered up until that point. Even kind of implying that there's some sort of weird sapiency between some species.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. Even, you know, some of them, of course, you can kind of look at and go, like, okay, it's not really sapient, it's just kind of doing its territorial thing. People kind of misattribute, what's it called? Territorial behavior for sentient act, you know?
Yeah.
So that makes sense, but, you know, I think this is also the game that introduced us to, what's his name? Fatalis, and that whole, like, you know, he's the reason why this whole planet split into pieces.
Oh yeah, apparently some of the lore with Fatalis is that the white Fatalis seems in particular, apparently if you wear its armor over time, its soul takes over you. You know, and it's also apparently Fatalis has a hatred of humans. So
Absolutely, and this is the one monster I believe is purely sapient, like on par with human intellect, because no animal in nature, no matter like how aggressive it is, has this level of hatred towards a species, to the point that, you know, its lore kind of goes that it despised humans so much that it would take people and then melt them into its body from like its intense heat, as kind of a gross parody of how humans would like kill monsters and wear their hides as armor.
that kind of reminds me of the Jurassic Park free Spinosaurus, at least the theory about it, that it you know, it hated the humans so much for it being tortured that it just wants to kill them all.
Makes sense again, given that thing's basically been confirmed to be a hybrid. In terms of Fatalis, though, in terms of Trine, or Ultimate, I should say, Fatalis has been, like, I think the Fatalis that destroyed the world is canonically dead because it is killed in the third game, and I know we killed two others in it as well. But I also know that a second Black Fatalis, appears in what's it called, in Monster Hunter World, and it's one of the like biggest events where like everybody has to join forces, lure this thing to an ancient fort, and even then, like the odds are not in your favor. Like the most like this is something so dangerous that everybody has to join forces and get ready to likely give it their all, or else nothing's gonna make it.
Yeah.
It's one of those like. Oh, go ahead.
I never got the chance to fight Fatalis because like there was just a point in Iceborne where I just kind of got bored and I stopped playing. So I never got to fight Safi, Jiva, or Fatalis yet.
I see. Yeah, it's. I wouldn't say it's much of a slog. It's more that you kind of have to like play with friends because the fight is very like demanding, especially that because of how painful Fatalis is and how like devastating his attacks can be.
I didn't find it boring. I just like after I beat the game, I just didn't have like I didn't know where to go next, so I just kind of got bored and stopped playing.
Oh, hold on. Sounds like you're having connection problems. I got bits and pieces of what you just said.
What the fuck are those names? I don't know. Shit, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're not at fault here. Yeah, but like I said, it's just one of those things where it's like, again, I love world for all the, no pun intended, world building it introduces. I really loved a lot of the like everything about it. Like again, Ultimate does a good job of like introducing new subspecies, giving us a world to kind of explore and expand, and really giving us this whole like, oh, something's causing the island to be destabilized, and you find out, oh, it's actually just this animal that's trying to like shed its hide and everything. We need to kind of like deal with it because it's going to destroy our home. Like in Monster Hunter, it never feels like it's you against nature. It feels more like you're studying the animals, learning about them, and then finding ways to like either mitigate the impact they have on the world, or if it's too much, you have to kill them. Not because it's for the glory of the hunt or anything like that. It's because you're trying to do the right thing and trying to do it in such a way that it doesn't like cause a ripple effect.
Yeah, they feel like real animals instead of monsters, ironically enough.
Exactly. Like I outside of Fatalis, I don't want to say Fatalis and the two monsters in Rise. I forget their names, but they're supposed to be references to the Japanese mythology of Rajin and Fujin. Outside of those two that we know are sentient and can command monsters, basically kind of confirming where this monster army originally came from. In terms of like where they came from and why all these animals that normally would have avoided each other purely because, hey, this is the animal that will eat me. We now know that it was these two basically saying, fuck humanity, fuck the world that they've created. We're going to now command all these animals to fight on our behalf. Like, outside of those three, there's nothing really evil, per se, in Monster Hunter. There's no, like, Giga Monster that wants to destroy the world. There's no kind of, like, hostile force, even of itself. It all just kind of feels like, how do I put it? It all feels like it's natural. And even when there's something unnatural in nature, the animals don't really, like, how do I put it? They don't really try to like do anything negative. Like there will be oddities, for example, like what happened with Nergigante and Zora Magdaros. Like those two were animals that normally you don't see interacting because Nergigante is supposed to be an extinction dragon. It comes in to wipe out a species, and yet instead of killing Zora Magdaros, it's riding alongside this creature, acting like its bodyguard, guiding it to a place where it's not supposed to die. And then we find out it's like the intent was to reach the Xeno'jiivas like chamber and then die there. And with the release of so much heat and power, it would have killed the creature completely. And yet, when we got involved, when we removed these creatures from the equation, we allowed Xenogivus to start changing and evolving and basically challenging the ecosystem in such a way that really put things, really threatened things in a very negative way. Again, which is something that kind of gives you the sense of, okay, I fucked up, I'm gonna fix it, but in a good way. I mean,
Yeah, that final boss of Xeno'jiiva felt like you were like trying to save the world.
yeah. It also, like, when you take a look at some of the other aspects as well. For example, there's a monster specifically, the unicorn monster, which is a Chillin, and both in the real world mythological context and in Monster Hunter, it's said that these creatures appear when it's time for new. Basically, I think it's Chinese specifically, when a new emperor or a divine ruler is supposed to appear, and then they would, select that leader, basically. In Monster Hunter, this was basically the rise of Xenogivus. Those monsters appeared and are kind of signaling the rise of a new era, basically. Like, mythologically, I should say. And it does feel like it. Like, again, you feel like because of your involvement, something is changing in the planet's ecosystem, like a considerable shift. And if you don't put it right, it could result to ecological disaster. Now, you're not necessarily saving the world, but you're trying to keep the balance of nature as it is, but in a good way.
Yeah.
Again, which I really appreciate. They do kind of reveal that Xenogivus is actually supposed to be a true dragon, which is kind of the big twist shock of holy shit, we haven't seen one of these in literal eons now. But that's a story for another time.
Yeah, the more the monster looks like a typical Eastern dragon, well, I mean, a typical dragon, the more powerful it is always.
It isn't just powerful, it also is kind of related to the time of the ancients, basically, when the planet was ruled by these giant reptiles. It's one of those kind of interesting concepts. Now, I'm in agreement with a lot of people where I think the term Elder Dragon has kind of lost its meaning, because every time we encounter something new and unexplained, the first attempt to classify the creature is Elder Dragon, and you just kind of sit there is it actually an Elder Dragon, or is this just we don't know what it is, and therefore we're going to call it an Elder Dragon?
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's irritating, because then it muddies the whole thing. It's like calling every big lion cat species you encounter just a lion. It's like, okay, you're devaluing the classification here,
Yeah, I guess that's true.
It's been something I've been kind of harking on for quite a while. It's like, can you not please? Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I almost forgot. I also do love the fact that a lot of monsters aren't actually just out and out meat eaters. A lot of them are just territorial critters that can cause problems if they're not dealt with. I think the biggest example of this I want to say is Barioth specifically. Baroth. And the funny thing about that is you see that fucker, you see the teeth, and you think, oh god, it's a meat eater. It's no, it's an insectivore. It eats termites in the Great Waste and things like that. It's just kind of crazy to think about, don't you agree?
Yeah, honestly, some of them just surprise me like that, because it's kind of like the third monster you fight and try, and also, well, yeah, and try.
Mm-hmm.
It's always crazy to think some of these creatures aren't actually carnivores, but they're super aggressive, which shows that. I mean, even for a theropod-like creature to be a herbivore,
Yeah. It's always just one of those surprising little factors, because it shows a great level of care. It isn't just oh, here's here's this big monster. Clearly, it's a meat eater. Oh God, you gotta stop it. It's like not everything's fucking T-Rex, not everything's fucking Velociraptor. You're just kind of dealing with um, something that its aggressive tendencies have to be dealt with, and it's either you kill it or you kind of chase it off and make a point of like, you are not welcome in this territory. I've taken it from you.
Yeah.
As odd as that sounds.
Yeah, I think in the first cutscene it shows up in Try. It attacks a Jaggy that's invading it. A little great Jaggy that's in the water attacking the drinking Amptonoffs.
Again, which kind of shows that this isn't a creature that takes kindly to intruders. Which is strange because usually in like desert environments like this, watering holes are typically like for everyone. Like not every territorial creature is gonna want to like challenge it, because if they start doing that, then there's gonna be constant like issues with everything around.
Yeah.
And yet, ironically enough, my assumption is that the Barioth only attacked this Jaggy simply because the Jaggy just trespassed too close to its territory that it kind of cut out for itself in the water. It was basically like, okay, you've gone through the water, you're kind of like treading on my swamp area, I'm going to have to get rid of you. It doesn't even kill it, just kind of yeets it out of the area.
Honestly, I'd expect Spinosaurus to act like that. I should take note of that now that you mention that for whenever I put Spino in a movie or something, because I really would like to. I'd really like to like play with the fact that, you know, it's a Piscivore, I think the name is. You know, it's not going to go after like people, but it'll be extremely territorial because, you know, it doesn't want you know, dinosaurs or stuff like eating the fish.
That is really cool, but can I quickly say something?
What? Okay, you just pulled a zap. Sure, I'm just kidding.
Honestly, I was gonna say a dumb misnomer anyway. I'm living in your walls, can you please slip some food through the cracks in the walls? I'm very hungry.
Yeah, don't worry, I was just joking. Don't worry, past. Or I mean, mommy.
Please, I'm starving. Me and Mittens need food.
Well, I ate all the pasta.
Douchebag.
I didn't know you were in the walls. How was I supposed to know this information?
I'm living in your walls. I'm eating your insulation.
We already ate it all anyway. Have fun in winter, dick brag.
Have fun in winter. That's kind of funny. It's like, fuck you, I've taken your insulation. You're gonna freeze to death.
Yummy fiberglass.
You ate the weird cotton candy in the walls.
Jesus Christ. Anyhow, so yes. Welcome.
Actually, whatever happened to that Zap bastard? I haven't seen him in a while.
Well, that's because he can't join the voice chats anymore. Well, I created dummy voice chats, but those ones I don't use, so he doesn't know that I disabled voice chat, and I just told him, oh, I'm just not voice chatting because I'm sick of the drama, and I'm too afraid to voice chat now, but in reality I'm like, I just don't want to talk with you because everything you say is fake. Like, you know, it's like, he just tells me, I just noticed a pattern, like he just always told me the same thing over and over. Oh, you're so talented, man, you're so good. And it's just like, I don't want to listen to that. I want to listen to have some actual conversation. Jesus Christ.
So anyway, about that food situation.
You're actually starving, or is this like a joke?
Nah, I'm joking. I have enough money to feed my cats. Also because surprisingly, drunk dads don't notice when you steal their debit card.
Yeah. This is true. I should mention he's streaming, by the way. Yes. So anything you say is being recorded.
Wait, I should have
said. What are they gonna do about it? I've escaped to a different country 3 times.
So that address is 223. Just start reading off the address live.
Anyway,
like, so the
address is 803-722 where the fuck am I? Aurora Lane.
Shit, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you guys I was streaming. I was so focused on the conversation, I forgot to be like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm streaming.
No, it's fun. I see. Here's the glorious thing about me. I actually read messages people send me. I don't just kind of like skim through and then push buttons. It's this amazing feature. I'm not sure a lot of people know about.
Wait, did I
It's called having
actually...
the
did I-
ability to read.
Oh, the invite says, oh, I'm live on Discord. Oh. Wait, it actually shows that in the server? Live now, Monster Hunter for you. One in audience.
Also,
Yes.
Shit. I had no idea.
I won free Art of My Energy Drinks Girl, so I'm happy.
Okay, that's good. I've also finished binging Sonic Prime. It's okay.
Hey wait, does the new season have that Metal Sonic design?
Yes.
Yes.
I kind of
You
want to
know-
reanimate that.
Legitimate question. Is he as annoying as the few snippets they posted portray him as?
Yes. Yes,
Oh,
absolutely. And in fact, he's actually worse than the few snippets that they posted.
Man, the 3 viewers that are watching this are gonna get real heated.
Well, it's just more that I'm just like, I get the goal. The idea is that you're supposed to make it quirky, kind of like in your face. This is Sonic without any filter, blah 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 blah. And then I'm just sitting here like, I want to hit you. I just want to hit you in your like glass dome, like really
Obviously,
fucking hard.
this entire situation could have been avoided with the introduction of Silver Sonic.
And
How would that
also,
have changed anything?
there's a continuity error.
No, it probably wouldn't. I'm just a loser.
He acts like this is the first time he's seen a robot version of himself, which further proves that everything is canon shit is bullshit.
Oh, your audio, it's cutting in and out again.
Also, I did not know he was streaming because for me it's just 3 people speaking with 1 dude in the audience.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I get it. It's
Person in
like
the audience. How was your day?
Oh, also gonna put this over in private. I found a model here for you, Jordan. But I'm going to put this in private because I know your tendencies.
Wooba.
Well, it's on left
Not good.
monitor.
I'll just put it here. Just make sure you're not streaming the screen when you click the link.
Yeah, because I don't... Yeah, I don't want to...
Oh, for fuck's sake. Hold on. Your audio again is still going mental. Like you're cutting in the more. So who's texting me?
I am.
Oh, it's my girlfriend. Shut up, girlfriend. It's like, oh, it's my girlfriend. I'm gonna tell her to fuck off. No, I'm kidding.
Wait, I thought you were single.
I am, and that was the joke.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, it's like, like my girlfriend's texting me. She says she's lonely. I need to tell her I'm playing Fortnite.
There's some
don't
things
know
more
why.
important than your girlfriend.
Exactly. It's like I need to beat Ninja. You don't understand. It's a matter of principle. Because if I beat him, he'll start bitching. Mister, if he didn't rail me from behind.
But the
It's like he was having a heated moment where it's like someone snuck up behind him and shot him with a shotgun, and then he's trying to like say, oh, like he's trying to be witty about like how he was beaten, but every fucking time he says something, it actually comes off as just super fucking gay. Like he says, after he railed me from behind, then realizes stops. After he shot on my back, he keeps going. It's like, shut up. Just shut up. Stop talking. Just don't say anything. You stupid bitch. But yes, now to get back to it, yes, Prime Metal Sonic is kind of, how do I put it in like a polite way? Oh, I know. Weapons grade dingus.
Ah.
Yes. So essentially, he is quote unquote witty and funny and just kind of like, how do I put it? Like they try to make him like quirky, I guess would be the best way to put it. Like when he fights Sonic, he does like the stupid little one-liners, but it doesn't like where Sonic's one-liners kind of feel like thought on the spot and designed to specifically annoy the person he's fighting. This comes off more as whiny little punk, you know? Slash, I'm all that in a bag of potato chips.
I'm still disappointed, and including with Chaos Sonic, because technically Metal's not his name. The best design for a new Metal Sonic we've ever gotten is from Minecraft, and I'm still angry about that.
Like, I don't really view Chaos Sonic as a Metal Sonic per se. Not in like the purist Sonic fan sort of way. I'm talking more in general, kind of like, by definition, he is not Metal Sonic, and it's specifically because not only does he not act anything like the Metal Sonic we know, it's also that he's much closer in both design and general mannerism to Mecha Sonic, if you actually consider it.
Yeah.
Robo Sonic line.
Well, I mean more just in terms of like Mecha Sonic, because his body is kind of like a very small torso slash hip area, long limbs, bulbous shoulders, and kind of like fat forearm. Kind of like the original, what's it called? Mecha Sonic, where it was the same thing. He's just kind of like beating the fuck out of people, as it were. And again, don't get me wrong. I think this is by far one of the strongest kind of like Metal Sonic types we've ever seen. Specifically, and I should clarify this, specifically in terms of combat capabilities in his first outing. Like the fucker actually manages to like fight Sonic to a standstill. He beats up Rouge, Knuckles, and other Knuckles quite a bit, and he's only beaten by getting his to use a famous quote, shiny metal ass run over by a bus, and then getting shot with the gay energy.
Yeah, he has the Armageddon energy where he just beats up everyone at the start.
Yeah, he wastes time with being quippy and funny and kind of like look at me kind of thing. But at the same time, he's not. He doesn't waste time with it. Like if he has to get down to brass tacks, he'll actually go like, you know what, fuck this shit. I'm gonna start beating the fuck out of people. He just gets distracted easily because he wants Sonic. You know, he wants to prove that he's a better Sonic, which is kind of in line with fucking, with Metal Sonics in general. Also, sorry, I'm looking at this. Go ahead.
If there's a positive I have to say, I like the way he is animated. He uses his metallic body really well.
He is extraordinarily expressive, and I actually agree that the clear visor with the emotive eyes is one of the best things to ever come out of like this design. Like you won't say me say otherwise. Also, sorry, I'm looking at the stream. It's like Jesus Christ, the nostalgia is so strong right now.
Yeah, same. I played this when I played this on the frickin' Wii. Now this is a different version of it on a emulator.
My nostalgia is Battle Block Theater.
Oh wait, I forgot. Oh yeah, I remember playing that.
Oh yeah, no.
The song still my mind blown when you could unlock the Castle Crasher head by owning Castle Crashers.
Also, I just noticed something about Chaos Sonic's design. He's wearing fucking high heels.
Yep.
Girl power question mark?
I don't know why that's funny to me. It's like, I'm gonna kick your ass and I'm gonna wear my ass-kicking shoes.
Have you ever been hit with a high heel? Those things hurt.
Yes, I have.
I have, multiple times. And that's how I've gotten most of my high heels.
Funnily enough... Go ahead.
I haven't seen any high heels, actually, from any woman I know, except my mom.
I question high heels. I have tried to wear a pair before. Not my thing.
I would, but most of the ones I have are not my size.
For me, it's more just balance issues. It's like I cannot, for the life of me, I can't run in this shit, and I can't really fight in this stuff. Like it's like the stiletto is useful. I can actually like stab people to death with this like high heel end, but you know, I mean, I've fought in a fucking kilt before. You'd think I'd be able to handle this, but anyway. Other than that, like I said, didn't mind Chaos Sonic too much. I just wanted to put the mute button on him more than once. But the fight was good, well animated, well executed, and I'm fine with it. Out of the characters I don't like from Prime, I want to say Dread has to be probably the worst.
Yeah.
And that's something. Mostly because it's like, he's too one note, I want to say. Like, I get it, he's supposed to be a greedy pirate, who winds up, you know, doing awful things. But it's also kind of like, why the fuck are you trying to cause shit with the only person who could probably help you, you know? / run fast like the fucking wind.
I do appreciate that Sonic is, he actually questions that in the scene. He's like, I just helped you guys, and now you believe that, oh, I've abandoned you like that?
Exactly, it doesn't make sense. It's like, again, I came back around. How could I abandon you if I came back?
Yeah.
Like, there are clear instances where the show has to push drama, you know, like a situation for the sake of drama because that's how the show has to flow. It can't just be heroes win 24/7 / villains win 24/7. There has to be kind of a quote unquote ratio of it all. But the problem is that how do I put it? The problem is more that oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. It's more that there are instances where you can feel the writer going, "Oh shit, we can't have them win because then, you know, the rest of the plot doesn't make sense. Oh, have this character suddenly do this thing instead," and you know, like what happened with the whole Thorny Rose and her whole like, "Oh, here's the heart of the jungle. Here's the green prism gem. Here you go," and then suddenly, I'm gonna steal it from you now because fuck you. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Man, I'm just gonna read the Archie comments.
I don't know. I just kind of look at it and I just feel like, like for example, the only reason they don't have Shadow, the only reason they have Shadow stuck in whatever he is stuck in, is because they know that he'd just be too overpowered to have in the plot, so they have to just write him out somehow. And
Exactly. So they keep him locked in the Shadowverse kind of space, but there's no real like explanation as to why he's what's it called? Why he's there, you know, in the Shadowverse, why he can't like jump through. My assumption is, and I've been looking into this more, and I think I have an explanation. Yes, exactly. That's exactly where I was going with that. They just hate black hedgehogs. That's it. You don't see it, but there's like a little sign at each gate that specifically says "No black hedgehogs allowed." Just a very like off to the side, and Shadow hasn't noticed it yet. It's like, those motherfuckers. No. What it is that I think I know why he can't go through, and like I've actually kind of like figured, or I got a slight theory as to why this is the case. Specifically, I think it's because, you know, when Sonic shatters the prison, specifically, like he shatters the prison just as Eggman is like yanking it out, and all this shit happens. So what I think it is that because he was at the epicenter and got, you know, hits the prism, he effectively detached himself from realities. What's it called? He detached himself from reality and basically wound up being removed. That's why you don't see. That's why you don't see Pirate Sonic or Rebel Sonic or Wild Sonic. Like none of that. It's because he is essentially he's removed himself from all other realities, but because of that, he can put himself in it easily. So it's kind of like moving a piece off of the board and then putting it on another space. You can do that, and everything like that. What I think happened with kinda. What I think what happened with Shadow is that because he used Chaos Control exactly at the same time that the prism shattered, he didn't do what Sonic did, was like, detaching himself from the world and then being able to put himself back in. I think he fully disconnected himself from all realities, except the one he came from. Essentially, every reality is basically going, you aren't supposed to be here, you don't belong here, in a very visceral kind of... No, in a more like, you are a foreign entity that could compromise everything if allowed through, so we're going to keep you out, essentially. Where with Sonic, it's more that there's enough wiggle room that he can go through without any problems.
Because he's Sonic the Fred Frog.
Well,
yes,
Sonic's
and because
kind of retarded in this series, so he's allowed to go through the portals.
Yes, that I'm in agreement. He is very stupid. It's like, oh, Nines is exactly like Tails. I'm sitting there like, no, he is not.
Yeah, it's Western hero syndrome, what I call it, where they make the hero dumb and all the characters around them smart, or whatever. And they're saying, oh, it's a story of self-growth, but I haven't seen Sonic grow at all throughout this series.
There's not a single thought behind those eyes, and that's a bad thing.
Yeah, literally not a single thought behind those eyes. And that's kind of the sort of problem with, what's it called? With Sonic proper, is that, he's like... I get where he's coming from with all this. Specifically, he's just kind of... He thinks specifically that, that they're like his friends, and that, if he just kind of awakens something in them, they'll kind of be like his friends used to be. But he doesn't understand that that's not the case whatsoever. They've all come from different realities, different backgrounds. They exist in these places that have not... that many of the challenges and things like that he's gone through, they've not gone through. That's a simple fact of them. They haven't, Nines hasn't been, or hasn't had an opportunity to like live in a world that hasn't been, cruel and all, what's it called? That hasn't been
dystopian
cruel to him. Yeah, that hasn't been cruel to him, and so he's very jaded towards everyone. By that same extension, Thorny Rose hasn't is kind of like she's what is it? She specifically wants to keep her jungle safe because she has a sort of guilt associated with what she's done and what the scavengers have done. This whole like taking. What is it? Dread is nothing like Knuckles. He's purely after his own selfish desire at the much to the detriment of everybody else involved, and so on and so forth. And these are factors that Sonic hasn't been able to take into account because he's under the incorrect assumption that they're all exactly like his friends, and all they have to do is just kind of get used to how it used to be, essentially. When in reality, that's not how it's going to help things.
Yeah.
Again, he doesn't fundamentally understand that this isn't like some time travel situation. This is essentially, hey, this is a completely different reality situation.
Yeah.
Do I want to make a cheesy joke?
Go on.
He doesn't understand the reality of this situation.
Exactly. That's exactly the situation. He doesn't understand the reality that he's in, or the gravity of the situation either. It's just, hey,
Don't worry, folks. I'll be here until someone pays me not to be.
But yes, it's essentially the same sort of problem, the same sort of situation. Like, things have not been clear to him, and it just kind of, goes as bad as you would think. He is, because of his own idiocy and because he doesn't understand, like, hey, this isn't who these people are, it just winds up going in the wrong direction. And
Also,
even
hold on.
with... Go ahead.
No, it's my tea is ready. I need to go drink it. It's getting cold.
Alright, go ahead. Go ahead. The situation with, specifically with, what's it called? With Nines doesn't even get resolved either, because, again, the main problem is that Nine is not, he's not Tails, and he's under the impression that, we need to improve the Grim and all this sort of stuff, basically. And at no point has Sonic spoken to Nines and said, hey, this isn't, maybe we should talk this out and kind of come to some common ground or whatever, yada, yada, yada. Instead, he's just kind of, just as he said, he just assumed that if Nines understood the gravity of the situation, then they would all come to the same conclusion. Completely and utterly neglecting that Nines is trying desperately to, let people in and quote-unquote trust. And he can't do that now because essentially Sonic's taken that trust and squandered it.
Yeah. So I genuinely am curious what they're gonna do, because, like, they have the whole... Well, from what I'm getting, I think 9 is like, oh, if you restore the world, then I will cease to exist, and that's kind of the conflict. And so far they villainized 2 of the characters from the universes, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just, made them into bad guys somehow to justify them ceasing to exist or something like that. And
exactly, and
9 might be the main villain of the next season, since all the Eggmans are kind of stuck in the Ghost Dimension, and they're already having, like, their own division.
Exactly, and it's just kind of, it's a real shame, because it's... My hope is that that's not the case. My hope is that, there is something that everyone understands. It's like, the realities are breaking down, sort of some situation like that. Like we saw with the Chaos Council, that once you start opening a portal and then keep that portal open unnaturally so, it causes the realities to start breaking down, tremors in reality, problems, serious problems like that. And they don't, what's it called? And, that's basically what happens if you keep the portals open. Interestingly, that kind of implies that even trying to, oddly enough, that doesn't imply that opening portals, like how Nines does or everything, like where you open it and close it, that doesn't cause the problems. It's keeping the doors open that causes the issue. So there might be some way to basically say that, if we restore the realities to how they should be, or, Green Hill as it should be, then there shouldn't be any problem to, travel between these realities and make sure, the best possible outcome for each of them can occur, basically. There's nothing in that quote-unquote rule book that's saying you can't do that. But at the same time, I don't expect them to actually pull that off.
Yeah.
My legitimate concern is that they're going to try and make Sonic Prime as the explanation as to why the games are as they are. Because it feels like there's this attempt to... How do I put it? There feels like there's this attempt to make, like, Green Hill is never going to be the way it should be, basically. Because there's this constant emphasis of, every reality you go to, it's actually just a Green Hill, but widely changed, which, by the way, that really kind of bugs me.
Yeah.
Because it kind of makes it that Green Hill is some sort of universal epicenter. And I think this show has inadvertently only exasperated the Sonic fan community's great dislike of Green Hill.
Yeah, my problem with it, too, is that where the hell is the rest of South Island? They could do so many cool things with the other zones in the classic games, but they only focus on the ones featured in Generations, and now I don't even like Green Hill. I prefer Palm Tree Panic nowadays. I find it Palm Tree Panic to be better, even though it's, even though, like, Angel Island and Green Hill have better level design, Just, like...
Exactly.
Oversaturation just makes me dislike it.
Exactly, and that's exactly what they've done with Sonic Prime, where every reality just happens to be Green Hill Zone, or Green Hill, what's the word? Green Hill, but fucking, what's it called? Oh god, what's the word? Green Hill, but
Ocean.
It's an industrial place. Yeah, Green Hill, but it's an ocean. Green Hill, but it's a jungle.
See,
And then you just have non-existent Green Hill.
I have an idea. Like, instead of Green Hill but an ocean, they could have made it Station Square, but if Sonic lost and Chaos won and he flooded the world, and you could see the ruins of the city, but in an ocean. That way you can use other, like, parts of Sonic lore, or, like, for the jungle, Boss Cage Maze, they could have done, like...
Oh god, hold on. Your audio started to break out again. Give it a moment.
My idea is ruined. Here, I'll send it to you in DMs.
Hold on. Just don't say anything. Let the system fix itself, and you should be good.
To put it simply, King, it sounds like you're having very violent intercourse with a fax machine. Dear God.
It's like, by God, he's cut in half. But no, I got pieces of it. You're basically saying that the like for No Land or No World or whatever the fuck they call the ocean planet, it should have been Station Square. But what would have happened had Station Square, had Sonic failed to beat Perfect Chaos, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It's a perfect concept. It's like, yeah, that would have been great.
Studiopolis show up, goddammit.
Like,
Same.
every zone could have been like, here's what could have happened had the reality been changed slightly. And that's another thing as well. It's like, there doesn't seem to be a consistent explanation as to why each of these realities are the way that they are. Like, they kind of do this hand-wavy, like, it's the prism that does this. But so far, I've not seen any explanation as to how the prisms are doing this. For example, in the water world, the prism for that one is like located on a single like strip of land, and it's creating this like storm. And I'm not saying like a rainstorm, I'm saying like a swirling like hurricane around like a localized area. How is it that this has caused a mass flooding? Or with New York City, how is it that the crystal the Egg Council has, how is it that it's allowed them to succeed? Like the only crystal that has any sort of explanation to its power is the one from the boss cage. And that's simply because this one, if you attach it to like the end of the hammer or like embed it into the ground in any way, shape, or form, it causes the what was it called? What's the word? It just causes like the things to start sprouting, more plant life, more things of that nature, basically. And it's not a bad concept, but that's the only one that has any sort of explanation to it. Everything else is just kind of like it's there. I kind of expected the No Land or no Home or whatever the fuck they call it. Prismatic crystal to basically like just cause vast flooding. Like if you held it up in such a way you could actually summon water to like wash away your enemies or like summon a typhoon or whatever the hell it is. But no, it's like it's lightning because of reasons. It doesn't really make any sense.
They needed a cool gimmick for Dread, I guess.
And behold my lightning sword, me. That's incredibly impractical.
Probably can charge a lot of electronics, though. Unfortunately, they have none.
We're on an entire world where we are surrounded by nothing but vast oceans. If that thing touches the water, everyone dies.
I mean, not everyone, just a lot of people in a very big radius. so it'd be good for fishing.
Oh,
Assuming that
imagine
there are any
the-
fish left.
Imagine the sea monsters that would evolve.
Again, another missed opportunity. We don't see any odd critters outside of fucking what's it called? Outside of fucking
Birdie?
giant birdie. Yeah. You know, that's it. Everyone else is just kind of like, yeah, that's the thing. That's a rule, or you know, this is how the world is. Okay, what are the changes?
That's an actual threat
Yeah.
here. Big fucking birds.
Well, yeah, one big fucking bird.
That's tamed. Like an ark creature.
Does that mean we could pet it?
Maybe, but that's what I mean. It would have been interesting to see giant fucking birds in the boss cage, or massive aquatic like wildlife, or like literally anything in these settings. It's just meh.
That's what you get for a streaming show budget, not even TV show budget.
Ironically enough, they make it work. Like a lot of the characters are well animated, and you know their designs are surprisingly squash and stretchable. But everything is just kind of like, ugh, you know.
Yeah.
You just wonder more as to like, what is even the plot anymore? And I'm not saying that in like I don't follow the plot. It's more like,
Why is
what
the plot?
even? Yeah, because again, there's a lot of the plot that seems to have been initially intended for this, and I think the best option, and I'll keep saying this until the day I fucking die. It would have been better had Sonic Prime just been one reality where Eggman succeeds because, you know, the prism does its thing, and then by the end of like season 1 or whatever, you suddenly discover, oh holy shit, there's a vast network of other realities, and then the rest of it is just kind of focusing on checking out the other realities, trying to find the rest of the prism. That's it. Give us the rebel crew, basically have them like chasing after what's it called? The Chaos Counselors. They're flying through the vast shadow space, trying to make it before they can get their hands on the crystal. Bish bash bush. You don't need like some crazy fucking elaborate, crazy, whatever you want to call it. Just, you know, simple, to the point, nothing crazy.
My only criticism with the designs is the fact that the rebels don't wear masks. They should be wearing masks to conceal their identity since they're rebels, you know?
Mm-hmm. And they do that whole line of like, you know, we fight from the shadows, we move from the shadows. I'm saying it's like, why don't you act like the shadows?
Yeah, why doesn't Rouge have her, like, ninja mask? Like, the Sonic Multiverse design I made her for, like, that, like... I think that's a better design for, like... I'm not saying the current design's bad, I just
Mac.
think it's better for...
Oh no,
And-
obviously.
Yeah.
I never could be a ninja. I like flashy costumes too much. I'm still spending money on trying to fund my crown. Sad face.
But yeah, no, it's just kind of getting back to the same sort of problem. It's just the designs aren't bad by any stretch of the imagination. Far from it. I think that a lot of these designs are very well done, and you know, kind of give the characters a sense of what's the word? Je ne sais quoi. Their own identity, basically. Everyone stands out in a good way. Like you can tell the difference between, oh boy, here comes the big boy. Get ready.
Oh, no. I still have to get the guts.
Like, just ignore me. Fuck, he saw me!
Oh.
No! Oh god, he's approaching menacingly. I don't know why that's funny to me, just seeing like this fucking basically water dragon just slowly approaching you while you're just kind of like swimming for dear life, like, no, don't notice me. Fuck.
Shit! Get me out of here! I'm electrocuting.
Is screaming to a deity an option?
see, past midnight, this is what happens if it was electrocuted in water. Oh, we're okay.
Oh, we're okay. I'm out. I'm still getting electrocuted. But yeah, the let me see here.
Electrocute it. It worked in a manga.
Actually,
don't
it's
talk to me
invincible.
about him.
It's actually invincible in this, and someone did a
Environment.
test, and apparently it's invincible no matter what gear you use. It's not.
I hear you.
The plot is not convenient yet for it to be. God damn it! Give me the guts.
But yeah, to kind of get back to the point here, like again, everyone has really good designs. Like you can tell the difference between Baden and Rebel, or Prim, Baden. Like all of them stand out. It isn't just, hey, this is the same character just with a slightly altered design. There's enough of a deviation where they actually kind of stand out. It's the same with some versions of Big. You know, even though he doesn't always talk, you can kind of get the idea of like some versions of him are more different than others, basically, but in a good way.
Yeah.
By that extension, what's it called? Sorry, by that extension, you also get characters like what's it called? Actually, no. I think that's a good way to put it. Like every character has his or her differences, and really helps them stand out. Like we've got Sails, Nines, and Mangy, and all three of them really do stand out from one another. Not just design, but in terms of personality. Like Sails is basically Tails, but I understand nautical miles. Mangy he's a fucking feral child. I don't know why that's the case. And finally, you've got Nines, who's just this evil little genius.
Poke him with a stick.
I mean, when you really look at it, they're kind of just like different personalities, but made to their extreme from the characters. Like,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
yeah, like Dread is supposed to be Knuckles, but like overprotective over a gem, like to the extreme. And the primal ones for the the paranoia he has, and the rebel one is his strength.
His nobility is taken to an extreme.
Yeah.
Again, all these iterations of the characters really do work and really give us this sort of like sense of everyone really does have something to do, something to fight for, some reason to kind of go forward, and there's enough, again, deviation to have the characters changed and altered. But essentially, there's still enough room for slight improvement.
Yeah. Like,
let me see.
Styx being in the jungle, that. Definitely no bias there, even though I have no idea what her character is. I haven't watched Sonic Boom, actually. I've only watched YouTube poops.
YouTube poops are the best way to understand a what's it called? Yes, character and personality and goal. No, the obvious kind of like situation is in terms of the situation, in terms of like everything like that. When I mean that there's room for like improvement and interpretation, I'm talking more in the sense of like how the characters can grow, change, interact. Because outside of Nines and I think the Rebel cast, the rest really don't have their opportunities to really shine. Like Prim doesn't really change that much from what you initially see her as, versus what happens to what's her name, Thorny Rose. Sorry, not Thorny Rose. Black Rose and Rusty. They've actually kind of bonded together in a sort of like sisterly way, but in a like healthy sort of sense, where Black Rose actually gives a shit about Rusty, and Rusty's kind of growing to want to protect her in a good way.
Yeah. I mean, I was kind of disappointed at the start of the second episode when they're literally back to fighting, like Thorn and Prim. They're immediately back to fighting after they, quote-unquote, solved their differences.
And it's like, why are you like this? Why can't you see we have bigger problems? But it's like, it makes sense. Given the environment, given the what's it called? The extraordinarily, like, difficult lifestyle. It makes sense that, like, putting survivability and putting, like, themselves in front of everyone else makes sense. You know, you don't live this long by caring for others, as it were. But by that same metric, it's like, you know, why the fuck are you like this then? You know, it still kind of goes back to the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's always just kind of a general problem, I think, where you always kind of have to, you know, it's the same thing with the Sonic series as a whole, is that once you introduce too many characters in one go, there's not enough. I don't want to say deviation. What's the proper word for that? There's not enough. Oh, bear with me. I had it here. There's not enough. Oh, Jesus. Time for all the characters to get the limelight or to really shine. They all kind of, like, have to deal with the situation, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just the nature of the beast. It's just the general problem. There isn't enough time to really devote to everyone, and there isn't enough time to really give everyone that episode to themselves, that chance to, like, grow and change and become a better person from what they started as. You know, like, Dredd could benefit from an episode or something where basically he can be challenged on the situation, kind of realize, like, Jesus Christ, this fucking rock is going to kill me, for example. Or, you know, Prim realizing it's like, okay, I can't really be selfish all the time because, you know, things depend on me and blah, 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 blah. Like, you have these opportunities, but there isn't enough time to really set up these sort of, like, things within the episodes that they appear in. Mostly because of how the episodes are set up.
Yeah. I agree with that. I will say there's one thing I am confused about is the fact that, like, people say that, like they say Shadow's, like, a good character now, but I wouldn't say, oh, he's a good character, he's just improved from before. Because, like, Sonic still is like, oh, you have no friends, so Team Dark is still not a thing, which is a pet peeve of mine. I know it's weird, but still.
I think, like, the implication is not that Team Dark isn't a thing. I think it's more that he works with them, but he doesn't consider them friends, basically.
Yeah, I just don't like that, because I really liked his character in 06. That's why I get mad about that.
That's kind of ironic. It's like the one game everyone universally agrees is awful is the one game that you're like, no, I like this.
Yeah, it's like one of the few games where his character is, like, honestly, the story felt more focused on him and Silver than Sonic.
Oh yeah, Sonic is a complete and utter afterthought. He is not. Sonic is not the main. Like, even though Sonic is the main focusing point, he is not the main character of the story. That is purely in Silver's and Shadow's realm.
Yeah.
You know, and that's basically what it is. And again, I agree. The game does give Shadow a very impressive arc where not only does he basically say, you know, fuck you, I almost called Mephiles Infinite, oh god. Fuck you, Mephiles, I'm not joining the dark side. I've already done that once with fucking, what's it called?
Gerald?
I've already did that with fucking, you know, Black Doom, I'm not doing it again. And, you know, Silver basically kind of really grows up as a character. He no longer becomes just the whiny sidekick. He just kind of realizes that to change the future requires a lot more than just going to the past. It requires a what's it called? It requires a lot more than just going I know the secret to defeat the evil. It's more like I need to, what's it called? It takes guts to do the right thing, you know? To live for your people takes courage. Or sorry, to live for your people requires sacrifice. To die for your people requires an even greater sacrifice.
Yeah.
And it's a similar sort of concept for that. But in terms of Prime, I'm not of the camp or the agreement that Shadow's been improved per se. It's more that how do I put it? He's exactly as he was in as he's always been. I think why people think he's been improved is because Shadow is essentially acting like he would. He's a loner who doesn't really trust anyone, who's kind of like out for himself, but it's not like I'm edgy, you know, look at me, I'm the cool guy. It's more I'm what's the word? I have trust issues, and it takes a lot for me to trust anyone, which again is completely fine, and I think really, really works for Shadow's character, and it makes sense, all things considered. You know, the only person he actually loved as closely as he could got fucking killed in front of him, and he's never been able to let people in ever since then.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those, like, Prime really emphasizes Shadow's trust issues and really makes him, earn the title of basically just kind of like embodiment of I keep everyone at arm's length for a reason. And what's impressive is that he actually rightfully calls out what happened with Nines. You know, he was right to not trust Nines when it came to
I do agree
the situation.
With that. He was right about that. He had a fair point. It wasn't like I was like I agree with Shadow. You know.
Yeah, he's not Tails, he's Nines, and to assume that he is anything like Tails is not only a gross over assessment and an assumption on your half, it also kind of insults Nine for what he is. You're basically saying you're just an inferior version of the superior person that I knew. You know, it's one of those like imagine if you woke up one day and then realized your entire life up until that moment has been nothing but fake, has been is not even part of a reality that you knew of. You're just a copy of a distant version, another reality. And then someone tells you, oh, you're just like this friend I knew, and then every time you try to tell them, I'm nothing like that person you knew, they keep insisting that you are, and completely invalidate who you are as a person. It's like the same as basically saying, your free will has been nothing but a mistake.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's mortifying. And again, I kind of get where Nines comes from. I think the best way to kind of avoid this entire situation was if Sonic just understood that Nines is his own man and he needs to respect that. He can't just assume that Nines is just going to go along with this. The kid needs someone to trust in. You need to be that trust. You need to listen to him and you need to give him that support. And Sonic fundamentally absolutely failed him on every level.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the reality is doomed, and I'm worried about what's going to happen. Again, my biggest concern is that Sonic Prime is going to try and explain why we get the game continuities as they are.
Yeah.
That's my concern.
It's canon, so you know.
Mm-hmm. My assumption is this. What's the word? My assumption is. I'm trying to think of the right word here. My assumption is this when it comes to this. They're gonna go to the Grim. They realize that, oh shit, things are getting too weird, yada yada yada. Green Hill can't be saved, blah 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 blah. Nines realizes the mistakes he's done, etc., and then decides, I'm going to create another reality. It might not be what you knew. It's not perfect, but at least it'll be something. Sonic agrees, and then suddenly we get the start of Sonic.
Yeah.
That's my fear.
My fear is the people who are gonna shill for that.
Oh god, it's like, oh, it's so great because we get a canonical origins and blah blah blah. It's like I'm sitting there, it's like, does it matter? Do we need to know like why Green? Like, I've never been against the idea of telling Sonic and Tails' like origin story, like how they became friends and shit like that. I'm not against it. I think it's an interesting idea you can explore if done right. It's just that you can't. What's the word? You just can't. Oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. You just can't completely retcon the origins and say this entire thing that we've been experiencing. Oh, it's all been part of this humongous fucking blah blah, whatever you want to call it. Basically.
Yeah.
It's like everyone simping over the bagel incident. It's like, no, you're kind of missing the point.
Yeah, exactly.
You're taking a joke. What's it called? You're taking a joke that was supposed to be like the combination of everything shitty that happened to this character, just kind of leads in like one into another, and you're making it that's the event that made this character evil. It's like, no, you dumbasses, stop.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just, and that's what I fear is going to be the same thing. They're going to be basically saying, "Oh, it's so great because this explains why, each game is so different when they try to retell it, and that's why we can have alternate realities, like with the Sad AM and stuff like that." I'm like, no, dipshit, no,
Man, like, I don't think they would understand that they don't even, like, Sega doesn't care about Sad AM.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
Yeah, it's just the amount of people who care about, and I'm not saying this is like a derogatory, I'm just saying like a generalization. The people who care about like the Sad AN continuity is a very small minority of Sonic fans. Just like how there's only an extremely small minority of people who care about the Sonic X continuity and who care about the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog continuity. Like you kind of see where I'm getting at. It's so inconsequentially small that there's no point in trying to argue canonicity about it. Like if you're a fan of it, that's great and all, but you got to understand that that time's come to an end, and you need to let it go.
yeah, and further add to your point, there's like so many people. I see so many people shit talk Sally, and that's because the Son Amy fans have taken over the franchise. And it's like, if that should be further like proof to the fact that Sad AM is like niche now. It's like, no.
You know what's weird? And I want to mention this because I thought about this last night. Have you noticed that Sonic X has not really had any kind of like major push or attempt to be recontinued since like 2008 or so? Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
And I think I know why that's the case. I think it's because since Sonic X is kind of a byproduct of the early 2000s and is part of a lot of people's quote-unquote fringe era, basically, that a lot of them aren't interested in reviving it, not because they're not fans of it, but because they don't want to to bring back their horrible OCV covers.
Yeah, it's the most popular thing on DeviantArt. When it, like, back in that day, it was like Sonic X stuff. It was like...
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so, you don't want to go back to that era of cringe. You just kind of you want to be like, that was a part of my life I'm putting behind me. I don't need to revisit it. And, it kind of just went in with Sonic X, gradually to the point that nobody in the right mind wanted to bring back Sonic X as much as they want to do with, like, Sad AM or Sonic Underground. You know, like there's no massive fan push to bring back Sonic X, which is strange, all things considered. I should also mention I do have some level of like quote unquote sympathy for Sonic X as well, because this, like, when you look into Sonic X, when you look into like everything that went into the production of that show, you kind of realize that Sonic X was like trying to be the connective gooey tissue between the games and like a proper story. You know, like they tried to not recontextualize, but they tried to like make the continuity, have continuity and like add more story to what happened with, like, say, Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2. Like they tried to add more life to it, basically, but they can't really like get around with that because, or you know, for a while that was kind of like the main quote unquote continuity. Like there was an actual attempt to make the series have a proper story through the anime, and there wasn't enough in the anime that could like contradict the games itself. You know, like there was enough wiggle room, as it were, that it worked. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's also what's the word? It's also it was never supposed to really be like that, and I think that's what kind of led to Sonic X kind of floundering, because there was only so much you could do story-wise when your story's kind of tied down to game releases. You know, they were able to buffer it with Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, maybe some hero stuff, you know, all this sort of shit. And they managed to buffer it, but they also had to do, you know, what every anime does, especially during that time, which was, you know, add in filler. Like Sonic and crew go on a cruise, and what's the word? Sonic and the crew go on a cruise somewhere, and you know Sonic tries to escape it because you know he can't fucking swim. Blah, 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 blah. Or Sonic and the team decide to play baseball with Eggman for reasons we cannot possibly understand, and you know, yada yada yada. There's always this sort of like, here's the overarching plot, and then here is the minor plot. You know?
Yeah, I feel that for sure. Like, I think it's because Sonic X kind of had a conclusion. SatAM and Underground didn't.
Well, it had a bittersweet conclusion. And a lot of people know, or a lot of people want Sonic X. There was like this huge push for Sonic X to have more of what's the word? They wanted to have Sonic X have more of a proper conclusion because the story kind of like ended in a very like unsatisfactory cliffhanger, you know. And you know that's something I've kind of been like, I understand why they've always been kind of like, oh, we need a proper story or a proper conclusion, and that's why there was always that attempt to make a fan continuation of Sonic X.
Yeah.
You know? Sorry, just checking something here. Sorry, just checking. But it's basically kind of the I guess the best way to put it. It's just this sort of general kind of like irritation / problem / or whatever you want to call it, really. That's basically what became the issue. And it's only just kind of gotten worse as time's gone on, I think. You know, Sonic X has its ending, and not everyone was pleased with it, but not everyone is like overly angered by it either, you know?
Yeah.
Yet, oddly enough, of course, you still get situations where, like, for example, you get fucking... what's it called? You get problems like with Sonic Omens, which is very, very clearly trying to make... or trying to have its own Sonic X conclusion as well.
Yeah, I remember that. Fucking Chris fucking looks like that guy from Kingdom Hearts.
Chris died.
Oh my god.
Mhm. And that's something I kind of thought on more last night, is that Sonic X or Sonic Omens really does feel like they're trying to, what's the word? It really feels like they're trying to, I guess the right thing would be, let me see here. Sorry, I'm just checking something here. I'm trying to think of the right word here. Sonic Omens feels very spiteful towards the entire Sonic community. Have you ever noticed that from how the game was kind of made and talked and the cutscenes and everything like that?
Yes.
Yeah, it feels like the developer was very I dislike it, and I think it's because this developer really liked Sonic X and is still kind of angry that the Sonic X continuity has just kind of been not only pushed to the wayside, but completely and utterly forgotten by the community at large. What do we still talk about, or what do we still remember about Sonic X to this day? You know, not even in a mocking way. I mean, in a serious sort of what do we still recall about this series?
Yeah. None of us really talk about it because it's just a retelling of adventure. You know?
And not only is it a retelling of adventure, but it's also it didn't do anything interesting. You didn't have any characters who really stood out. You didn't have or even situations that stood out. The only thing they had was that whole Metarex saga. And again, I'm going to be completely honest. I have not watched Sonic X from start to finish. I saw a few episodes. I got off it after a while because I had other things I had to do as a kid. And my sister actually was really big on Sonic X to the point where she actually would create her own Fox OCs and things like that. Now, the thing about it is that she is, out of the two of us, she's actually the artist between us. I'm a writer. She actually puts whatever I put into proper words and things like that. In fact, hold on. There's something I want to show you that she made a while ago. I'm going to ask that obviously that you don't show this because this was a gift for her significant other, and because he was big on skateboarding and things like that. So she actually hand painted him a board underside for him.
Alright, it's on my left monitor, so no one can see it. Don't worry.
Alright, I just have to open my Discord and actually open my photos, so it's going to take a moment, so bear with me. Okay. Discord's acting up like a bitch. But, anyway, getting back to Sonic X. So, I only saw bits and pieces, and I wasn't really exposed much to Sonic X properly. I knew some of the jokes, I knew some of the memes. I think my other exposure to Sonic X was through the Sonic shorts that the community made that all kind of collectively mock things, and that's about it. In fact, I want to mention this. My entire exposure to the Sonic series has only been contained specifically to the games. It has not been brought to other sources. I haven't been, by some, I guess you could call it miracle or trick of fate or whatever the hell you want to call it. And oh god, here comes the bear.
Yeah, this one.
I like how he ignores the walking honeypods and just goes right for the empty beehive.
I do not know why, but
I think it's because his instinct isn't to attack something if some other food's nearby. So it's just kind of like that. Speaking of which, he's noticed you, so he's I'm gonna fuck you up, boo boo.
oh, I have to hit its back.
It's the claws. They're basically armor. I think you can do the sleeping meat trick on this one.
What's that?
It's an old Monster Hunter strategy where you get meat, you cover it in like sleeping nectar. You feed it, like you leave it around the area and the monster gets distracted by it. It eats it, falls asleep, and then you pull out powder kegs, put it all around the animal's body, and then detonate from a safe distance.
I might. I don't think I learned the crafting recipe yet, because it's just a second master.
I see. But when you get that, it's going to be a lifesaver for a lot of fucking monsters, because it's basically guaranteed damage, and because monsters go into a sleep state, they actually take more damage. So it's like a lot of people call it a cheese / like disrespectful, dishonorable, whatever you want to call it. I call it the I'm playing it smart move.
Yeah, no, I get you on that.
I know that this only works for meat eater dinosaurs, meat eater monsters though, so it won't work for like every animal. So creatures like what's it called? Devil Joe, not Anjanath, Devil Joe, Rathalos, Rathian, like creatures like that, they will like bend over backwards for it. They go like, oh, meat, no. But other critters, you kind of have to figure that out.
Oh, now it's time to do it. Hold on, just gotta do the shock trap.
Get the fuck over here, poo.
No!
And an attempt was made.
So I think it's going to the cave. Can I pick it up? No.
No.
I gotta go back now.
You could probably try and lure it back out the way it came if you aggro it enough.
Yeah. I just gotta go back.
It's just gonna be a pain in the... Yes, it's just gonna be a pain in the ass. Anyhow. But yeah, that's... Yeah, getting back here, so that's kind of the problem I think with Omens in general. It's spiteful to the whole Sonic series. And I'm not saying in like a respectful sort of way, I mean like in a... I fucking hate all of you for like abandoning the thing I loved, so I'm going to make this as miserable as possible for everybody involved. Like the levels feel like condescending and needlessly cruel. The characters feel incredibly like unhopeful and just angry and like miserable. The story feels miserable. The setting feels miserable. Like it just feels like it hates you. It hates you just because you chose something different, you know?
Yeah.
Like, and it isn't even like I'm making a game that, you know, hates you in like a creative sense. Like, it's not Lisa the Painful or Fear and Hunger, where those games are basically like, yes, we're going to dick punch you multiple times in this game, and you're gonna ask us to keep doing it. It's more like, hey, you wanted to play this fun Sonic game? Fuck you. Fuck you, here's my depressing fanfiction.
Exactly.
And what's insane is that I've actually looked into some of the Easter eggs for this fucking game. Like, the motherfucker adds in a computer room gimmick, or a computer room gag, because why the hell not? And even then I'm like, okay, that's funny. And yet somehow he's managed to create a more disturbing Easter egg than I think he intended. And I mean disturbing in a good way. There is a section in Shadow's campaign where you're gonna be drawn to like two shipping containers on either side of the room, and you have to choose which one you want to go in. There's one that's empty and there's one that's open. Like, you know, it's two options there. And if you choose the one that's I don't know if both of them have rings or only one of them has rings. It's been a while since I've looked at it. Oh, that fucking sucks. I'm sorry. I just noticed. It's like, sorry about that. if you choose one, you'll be like rewarded with like multiple rings and I think an extra life. If you choose the other, the container actually locks behind you, and everything goes dark, and then you see two red eyes, and you hear Metal Sonic laughing at you, implying that Metal Sonic is in the container with you, getting ready to do something. It's genuinely creepy because it's not something you expect. It's not like this. Oh, I have a T-posing Metal Sonic that descends from the ceiling. Isn't it scary / quirky? You know, it's genuinely like, Jesus fucking Christ, this is like, ooh, I don't like it, you know?
Yeah.
That's the only time I think the dev actually showed like any sort of like interesting promise and actually kind of gives us a very disturbing, but in a good way, version of Metal Sonic. But yeah, that's about it. Everything else about Omens is just... It's just fuck you. It's just constantly fuck you, fuck everything you love, fuck these characters, fuck the setting, fuck everything, and fuck the community who rejected my glorious idea.
Yeah, exactly. It's just angry Chris was not canon to the Sonic franchise.
It's like, how dare we not accept the wonder that was Chris fucking Thorndyke? And I'm just sitting here like, I don't hate him, but I don't like him either, you know?
Yeah, freaking
But
Thorndike. The Dykes cannot be canon to the Sonic universe.
Well, the weird thing about Chris is that, and again, this is just my kind of like interpretation of it all. I think that, what is it? Chris specifically is, like, I think the quote unquote hatred people have towards Chris, and like generally what he is that it's not even like actual hatred per se. It's just kind of like he's just annoying and people didn't really like him, you know?
Yeah.
I think that's just really it. It's just Chris being, you know, he's just a byproduct of something that people didn't really appreciate or didn't really like, and you know, that sort of thing. Here it is. Found it.
Yeah.
So let me go ahead and copy this real quick. And again, there's another reason why I need you to like not show the image.
Yeah,
Oh, hold on.
Oh shit! Press the wrong button. Please. Yes!
I did it! I punched him in his ass!
That's essentially what I did, anyways.
If a bear ever attacks you, remember this tried and true method and punch it in its ass. I found his weakness. He hates it when you punch him really hard in the ass. Anyway, speaking of ass. Oh, come on. Let me post the thing, please. And thank you. I'm sorry, that's just funny to me. I can't take, of course I can't take credit for that. That's once again Super Gaming Bros and their whole, I found his weakness. He hates it when you punch him really hard in the ass. Elliot, you fucking goober. Ah, Jesus. Still. There we go. Sending now. Hopefully this isn't too powerful or whatever the fuck it is. Or you know what I mean.
Wait,
you know.
did you make that?
No, I didn't make this. That was my sister.
Oh, nice. Well, I didn't know she was able to make stuff like that.
Oh yeah, she is incredibly talented, and I wanted to save that because it was so well done. I love the character's look. I love the pose. Like everything about it was fucking amazing. And I was like, even the hair with the multiple eyes. I was like, please let me take a photo of this and like share it. And she's like, fine, but don't take credit for it. You know, you didn't make this. Like, sis, do you really think I would take credit for something like this? I'm not that talented.
Yeah.
And I mean that in like the most quote unquote endearing way possible.
Help out.
But yeah, it's just like I said, it's just sorry, I'm just checking something else here. Oh god, I have so many fucking images here. Jesus Christ.
Hold on, I'm gonna get a cola.
Sure. Oh, Jesus Christ, I forgot about this.
I'm back. Wait, who's the guy opening the curtains?
That's my friend. So, when we were going to this local comic shop, I should also mention that my friend is a huge fucking weeb. So a lot of my exposure to anime has been mostly through him. Not like the older animes I used to watch. I'm talking about like some of the newer slash zanier stuff. And so when we went to this comic shop, because it sold manga and things like that, right? My friend and I were kind of looking around because it wasn't open yet, so we had to wait a little while. And we were kind of like looking around the mall and kind of going like, okay, what do we want to do? Like we've got like a little bit of extra cash to spend. How do you want to spend it, right? And then we find like this one place covered in curtains, and we're like, what the fuck is this, right? And then I noticed the sign, like, wait, what? So we pull them back a bit, and then there's a sign that says, quote, hidden sushi. And we were like, is this like a gimmick? Is this like a location that you have to like actually find to eat at? Or is this just like they're renovating or something? And we looked in the windows, everything. It's like, no, they're not renovating. They're not open right now. I guess like when they're closed, they just kind of like, true to the name, they hide all traces of their existence. We just kind of joked and says like, so this is where ninjas go to eat. Okay, I see.
Oh, nice.
So we actually had to look this like Google reviews and things like that, and it's like it wasn't just us who found it peculiar. Like one of the reviews I remember very clearly said, "The place lives up to its name. It is well hidden." I was just fucking like just dying from laughter. It's like, Jesus Christ, are you kidding me right now? I miss places like that where it's like I can be quirky about how I do my name in restaurant and things like that.
They don't really do that no more.
Yeah, nowadays it's like no brand loyalty and synergy, and I'm saying like, boo on you, sir.
Jesus Christ. Frickin' whole entire cola spilled when I opened it. And out came slush.
Ooh.
So apparently the freezer actually freezes it to that point, which I don't mind.
Yeah. Oh god. Sorry, that just reminded me of something hilarious. I was having an argument with my mother one day. She had invited me to like a little party she was having, and she wanted my advice on how to handle what's it called? How to handle drinks and things like that because I have experience as a bartender. And I told her, it's like, okay, just pop some of the alcohol in the freezer. That will cool it down to a significant level, and you should be good to go. And then she gives me this whole like, Rev, that's not gonna work. You're gonna freeze my alcohol, and then I'm gonna have nothing. Like she was giving me this like lecture of like why she couldn't put the alcohol in the freezer. And then I'm just sitting there like, you called me, you asked me about my like professional opinion on this. And then when I tell you do this, it's good for your drinks and your guests will love it. Now you're telling me I'm wrong, and you're not going to do it. Make up your fucking mind. So eventually, I go there and said, I'm putting these in the freezer. She fights me about it. She's like, no, don't do it. You're going to ruin my party. And I said, listen, if it doesn't work, if your precious liquids do in fact freeze, I will personally go to the store and buy what's it called? I will personally go to the store and buy more booze. And this wasn't like the cheap shit either. This was like $100 wine bottles basically. So I was gonna be like out like $300 essentially. And she's like, okay, fine. Like she's very like pouty about it, right? But but the promise of more booze paid out of pocket from my account kind of like tells her, oh, just let him fuck up, right? Now here's the thing about alcohol: it doesn't freeze.
Really?
Yes, alcohol. What's it called? It's freezing. What's it called? Its freezing point is much lower than any other drink you can possibly have. So its freezing point is 173 degrees Fahrenheit, negative 173 degrees Fahrenheit in the negative, and negative 114 degrees Celsius. So that's pretty fucking cold. And so naturally, our freezers can't freeze alcohol to that level because, again, they're not built to be that cold. Again, you store beer in freezers in fucking gas stations and shit like that.
Yeah.
And so I tell her, just wait. Her guests are arriving, and she's already getting ready. She's like, I'm going to rub it in his face. I'm going to tell him, oh, he's so fucking wrong. It's going to be so good, right? We open the freezer, and it's still liquid. We start pouring out the drinks, and they're like, oh, mother's name, this is so lovely, it's so refreshing, like they're just like praising her up and down, and then I'm just sitting there with my smug face going, yes, like what a wonderful idea it was, wasn't it? And you completely understood that alcohol can't freeze at that temperature, right? And she just gives me this look of, I'm going to find a way to make you regret this. Again, it's like, this is the best kind of right, when you can, like, not only rub it in someone's face, but you do it in such a way where everyone thinks you're the genius behind it.
Yeah.
Again, this is a common thing I tell people. It's like, now you see why you don't doubt Rev when he tells you about something. And like Dr. Coomer that way.
Oh, that guy's from Half-Life.
Hello, Gordon! Yes. His fucking name is so hilarious because it isn't just a, what's it called, a meme we've done, for Coomer or something. That's literally the character's name. His name is Dr. Croomer. Coomer. It's just one of those things where it's like the universe just gives you a what's it called? It just gives you a bow. You just kind of have to sit there and go like, thank you, universe. Let's see here. Anyhow. Oh shit, it's getting late. You mind? You're gonna be all right without me for a little
Yeah.
while.
Yeah, I felt good.
All right, no problem, man. I'll see you tomorrow then. All right.
Yeah,
Have
see
fun with the rest of your stream.
Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow. Nice to have you on.
Of course, it's always a pleasure to be with you.
Alright.
Ciao.
See ya. God damn it, I wish I eat food for no reason then. I thought this would be the quarter. I don't know, I feel like the quests are different. I do not remember this in Try. Not at all. Moga Village, welcome. Oh, okay. Okay, so now I can fight it. Alright. There we go. shadows in the background. I think they're Antonovs from the outline. No, it's a Protoceratops. hi, big assets. Please. Yes. Oh, hi, Pat. Oh, shit.
This is a good. Hello, I'm back, and also, I know. Oh wait, I just realized people are in the audience. I can't say that. Shit. Never mind.
Alright.
So, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow I'm getting some free art of an ice cream bimbo, so I'm happy about that. And second of all, how do you tell someone respectfully that that whatever's happening is not enough to get angry over? Or, like, be shocked? Because, like, I'm on Twitter and someone's, like, just generally shocked someone's selling an OC for $2,000. Like, that is shocking, but, like, on Twitter, that's a Monday. That's just a normal thing that happens.
Yeah.
Like, I'm more used to people being outed as pedophiles or child abusers or some horrible thing, then that's worth freaking out about. That's enough to tell them to go take the big leap to the next life over type deal. But this just, maybe I'm just emotionally burnt out from Twitter, and I just can't care.
Yeah.
But, like, $2,000 for, like, a OC? That's insane. Not worth paying the price, but it's just more... okay, and?
Yeah. What do you mean this Monster Hunter sucked, big assets? This is one of the best.
The best Monster Hunter is the one that I like. I will not elaborate further.
Oh, I broke its beak. I don't like fight on leader. I'm just gonna grind bear off. Oh my god, you stupid cat. Close to killing it, I can feel it. Maybe I use great. Well, yeah.
Oh wait, they said the most recent thing. Okay, never mind.
Watch me do this.
Let me just...
Yes! Well, now I can fight Bear up. Oh no. Can you leave me alone, Great Jackie? You've helped kill me this, but... You know what? I'm surprised. It actually helped me a lot.
Hey, wait, King, I have a question.
Yeah?
Have you ever played Little Big Planet?
Yeah, on PSP.
Dude, please, for the love of God, emulate 1 and 2.
I'll see if I can.
I mean, PlayStation 3 emulation has basically been perfected for a few years now. Or at least it feels like that. So, like, you can. And I'm guessing your computer is, at least okay to run it if it can do stuff in Source Filmmaker without it catching on fire or becoming a makeshift explosive device.
That is true.
Not makeshift, improvised explosive device.
Wait, you can hear the audio?
Of the game?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Wait, what the hell?
Honestly, I'm just trying to figure out what I should get now. Oh, this girl's hot, by the way.
Like, get now in this game or, like, in general?
In this game.
Ah.
You know, I'm gonna try and get this guy's set because it's blue. So we're gonna try and, well, if you capture a monster, you get better rewards, I think. So let's not fuck this up. Okay. This game has Lagiacrus, so that's the reason why it's good. And underwater combat and sharks. He's not there. Oh no, he's still there. Okay. Now, this should be pretty easy. Oh shit. I like the up. I gotta read that somehow. Oh, see it then. Gotta sleep, because I actually see what I want to see. Oh, okay. Okay, please, please, please step in it, please, please. Make more mega potions. Carpenter bug. Carpenter, how to... Okay, Google Carpenter bug. What the fuck? Why? How would you come from here? Damn Jackie. I'm gonna search for rocks. No, I did not. Go away, please. Let's see, it's not hit checking me. There we go. Okay, I use it again. I need fucking free. Vehicles. Flash button. Oh. Thank God. Oh, I have 13,000. Let's go. Perfect. Shit, 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 shit. Ooh, 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 ooh. No, 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 no. Oh, maybe you gotta go over there. Fast. Get me out of here. Oh my. Shit, there's a whole nest of them. the frick? Full screen. gotta check my information here.
Oh, I
This move, it will have been.
But even when this thing was angry, he was still a joke. I mean, if he does manage to hit you, he can deal a surprising amount of damage, but that's about it, and never once did this guy ever kill me or put me in any real danger. Now, while this monster is essentially the Magikarp of the Monster Hunter series, his level of difficulty, or in this case lack of difficulty, actually makes him great for early game grinding, since you can get some pretty decent weapons and armor from him, since for the point in the game in which you're at, his armor gives you pretty good amount of defense, and some abilities like increased defense and recovery can be useful when going up against some of the stronger early game monsters like the Balrog or the Ludroth. Also, the Arzuros weapons, while rather limited, have pretty good base power and sharpness, as well as the poison ability if you happen to have the skill that unlocks later weapon elements. Because of this, grinding this guy early on can be a great help in the long run, since the armor and weapons you can get can last you long enough without having to make god knows how many weapons and armor sets just to keep up with every new monster that appeared. And because this thing is so damn easy to grind, getting all the materials is no problem whatsoever. If you're curious about the other bear-like monsters like the Lagombi or the Volvidon, well, the Lagombi isn't really good, but he's not awful. I mean, he's got some unique attacks despite being very easy, and some of the ice weapons you can make for him are good, even.
Okay. Now, how do I get his... It doesn't tell me I can... Okay. I'm gonna try this. Come on, I just need to be free. And that frickin' top 10 worst monsters video I watched like back in 2017 to 2018, that's what taught me. That is what taught me to do this. Please tell me it was just one. so many sharks. These guys are wooden spider, Cryptox, or Rhino in my mod. Pretty docile, actually. I don't know why I fought that one. Hunted a shark. Well, a shark with a Q at the end instead of a K, because that's what they are in this game. This. this new feels like. Oh, look at how nice it looks at night. Oh, it's so beautiful. Marijuanas. Hold on, I gotta throw something right there. wasn't that bad, but it was kind of annoying trying to hit it. Okay, so I read around and it seems like I don't gotta worry too much about what armor I have, so... actually shows where it is.
Huh?
else is in here? Oh, Shadows.
you come across a villager request, which is called Ancient Mask. And then you look through the ingredients. Lagiochrys scale. Alright, I know where to find that. I could just kill Lagiochrys. Plagicite ore. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's in the underwater area.
Hello and welcome to Monster Hunter Gun in the text that you just cannot quite escape from. If you're taking a hit, you know it's gonna happen. Better to have a large shield than nothing, right? It's very good. These two components combine to make a very versatile weapon set. However, it must be known that when the weapon is unsheathed, the hunter will move very slowly and cannot roll to avoid attacks, or either back up or sidestep depending, but cannot actively roll forward. So that must be known now. It's a very fundamental aspect of the lance, and it must be known and understood before actively going into a battle and getting yourself killed. So that
Hey guys, welcome back to Monster Hunter. In the last part, we killed Duramboros a lot. And this time we're gonna go kill Lagiacrus. So let's do it. Care. Okay. Maybe. Oh god. Yeah, Shark Lance. Oga. He's cool. What a shocker! I heard the kiddo's unfortunate mask had some kind of... And I would bring a Poison Lance, but I actually am not quite... It's not finished, so I'm not going to bother. But I will bring my Shark Lance. Hells yeah, Shark Lance.
Good streak, we had to take off all our clothes. King with both fangos.
Holy shit, that's a megalodon size.
Back when I did a challenge poll on my community tab, we don't get blue armor until later, so we'll have to run without it for now. Our first weapon has to have some blue on it, and there's only a few
Huh?